Also, what's going on, Mitch? Well, other Mitch. Cheese Monster Mitch. Yeah, I watched the FromSoft trailer. Yeah, I heard that there's a new well, I watched the trailer. It's not even a trailer for Silksong. It's just some new clips, right? And they said that the game's coming out in this year. I feel like my game's still too loud, chat, or is it better now? Will I get switched to only for this? I mean, I want to play. I want to play like some of the new Mario games. I mean, if they release like a new Mario Odyssey, I definitely want to play that. It's a bit loud. Okay, it feels like every single day my audio levels are just like different, and I don't understand why. Hey, Jongler, thank you for the 6 months. All right, what do we got? You should ask Chains if it's possible to randomize the class stats, though, Salad. I don't know if you have like his Discord or something. I know he's been in your chat. I mean, just bring it up as an idea. It's not like, it's obviously, it's all up to him whether or not it's gonna happen, but. What if he just hate watches Salad? Yeah, maybe. Just gonna tell him Dis says do it right now. Dis demands it. Surprised Ella finished before me. Listen, Ella was like playing like his life fucking depended on it, and I was playing like I didn't give a fuck. So excuses, you know what, like you can call it an excuse. It is the truth. Say what you will. We were so close to finishing our run, and I don't know, I just didn't really care that much about like, I wanted to finish the run, but I wasn't like I didn't care that much because I was planning on doing it again, you know? Like, I wanted to do the new Rando, and I wanted to do it, because like, genuinely, that last run, it was like so easy for the last half. Also, these pants are really good. I'm just talking about it. I'm completely over it, guys.
Are you?
And chat, you really know how to get on my nerves, don't you? Jesus. Is it hard to set this mod up? No, it's not that hard. I can show you how to set it up, Chris Keys, if you'd like. But you just download. Gosh, excuse me, I need some water. You just download the Rando from Nexus Mods, and it's just like a program, and it has everything in it. And you just gotta like set the settings. But if you want to do the same version, like all the same settings that I'm doing, if you want to try it, There's like a config file I could send you. So it's all set up for you. All you have to do is like press the randomize button. It is only for Scholar. I assume you have Scholar. Yeah, we watched the Duskblood trailer at the start of the stream. I think the audio for the trailer is muted though, so just as a fair warning. What the hell is up with this this guy? Oh yeah, I forgot to start the YouTube stream. Hold on. Dustblood is PvPvE. Yeah, I've heard. I know. Hey, the YouTube stream's been doing good for the DS2. I mean, if I stream like Lethal Company or Repo or something on YouTube, people don't really give a shit, but people do like the Souls content on YouTube. DS2 gets viewers. I think it's the most viewers I've had on YouTube streaming was with Dark Souls 2. I had almost like 3,000 on YouTube the other day. I was like shocked. I checked it when we were like about to end stream because I was kind of curious. That's why you don't want it to end. The thing is, and yeah, post copium if you want or whatever, but oh, goodbye. I'm only gonna do stuff on my stream these days that I'm having fun with. Like, even if I have good viewership doing something, if I'm not having fun, I'm not gonna do it. That's just... I don't care enough. Come on. This is kind of annoying. There we go. $2760 HP. Throne Watcher has like no health, Kemi. Like, I mean, you used to kill Throne Watcher in like 2 Resonant Soul casts back on old patch. She just doesn't have much health. Okay, we have repair. All right, chat. Oh, life ring +3. It's 30k, but that's good. Nar Alma hood. That's extra soul gain. Great axe. It's a golden great axe. Is this from... Is that from the Majula house? Also, a lot of people might not know this, but when Dark Souls 2 came out, they actually did events where they would make specific items spawn in the house in Majula. Like, there were these, you could get like a bloody great club, or it was like every week it was something different in the Majula house. And funny enough, there was one week where the Majula house had 3 bonfire aesthetics in it, which was like it saved several minutes for the any percent speedrun because of the bonfire aesthetics being in the house. But I don't think anybody ended up doing like runs on that patch or like with that, but it was pretty funny. Yeah, limited time speedrun tactics. Yeah, sorry I started the stream late for those of you on YouTube. I forgot. Are you ready for the new FromSoft game on Switch too? I mean, I'm gonna play it. I'm not particularly like super excited, but it is still more FromSoft, and I mean, I think the game can certainly still be fun. I just really hope the game is not gonna be 30 FPS. I mean, just be glad there's PvE in the game, chat. Like, it's like we don't know what portion of like how relevant PvE is to PvP. You know what I mean? Like the PvP could play a smaller portion of the game. Who knows? $18 dex, okay, and 11 strength. Buy ring, that's way too expensive right now. Oh yeah, so chat, I finally understand how ADP works. So essentially there's several tiers within an agility. Only certain agility levels, so like 85, there's 3 different breakpoints within 85 agility. So like right now, for example, I put 1 point in and it's still 85. So I'm gaining an iframe, but you don't actually see it. And so when it goes to 86, then you get another iframe. But essentially Bandit starts at like the lowest tier of 85. So you need to invest 3 points or 4 points to get to 86. And so yeah, it does. I think Fextra actually was the one that was correct in this case. But yeah, so the only ones that have the only agility breakpoints I think that have this weird interaction is 85 and 110. Once you hit 110, if you invest 4 levels of ADP, then you hit another breakpoint within the 110 agility. Yeah, FromSoft really made it quite, like, unnecessarily complicated. They easily could have just had it be, like, just literally show, like, the iframe amount on the screen or something. Or just show, like, the tier. Just be like, you're at tier, like, A or, like, B or C or whatever, and each tier that, you know, you see visually as, like, an upgrade tier frames. Yeah, 85 agility is like the lowest the game can display. It's so weird how it's set up. It's actually so cursed. They could also just not have a chili. Fair. Ooh. Resistance was a bad stat. Yeah, resistance was completely pointless. Wait, we have 5 shards and 6 large? Damn. Found so many shards already. Life ring +2. Wow. All right. I guess we go to the forest. Hey, Little Man, thank you for the 3 months. Flynn's ring. Oh my god. Hey, Patrolka, thank you for the primes. This is pretty good. It's over with this seed. Yeah, this is an LS certified seed. Don't worry, I'll send this one to him. He's got like a list of a bunch of like really baby seeds that he scouted out, so I can add another one to the list now. Just kidding. Oh, what the? Oh, I don't like this. Wait, don't I have a bone dust? Oh, I do. Hey, buddy. Thank you. I hate this enemy, dude. And then Silico Seed, you get the Leningrass key in the Ventric room. How did I... What the... This area is so bullshit, man. Man, we should go back and use this big soul, actually. Here we go again. Indeed. All right. Hey, Losercast, thank you for the 19 months. Am I getting a Switch too? Yeah, if I'm able to, I'm gonna try. Don't forget the bone. The what? Oh, the bone shard, yeah. But we already have life ring +2, so I don't know if I care as much about the +3 anymore for now. All right, well, we got a lot of HP now. Hopefully we can just kind of run through this area. Did you do any oh my god, did you do any rando today, Taka? Not today, I'm a busy man. Fair enough. Installed a new one tomorrow. Gotcha. Man, the Grand Lance is so good. Please. I don't want to. No, that's not good. Oh god. Alright, we're just running. Peasant hat. Oh, that was so close to hitting me. Bhutan, thank you for the 21 months. Thank you, man. Tommy, thank you for the 14 months. Peasant hat gives faith. Apparently, 2 faith. -1 int. Kinda strange. Raises magic attack? Oh. There's so many item. Oh wait, flower skirt. Oh shit. Flower skirt. It doesn't actually show the stat bonuses from gear. Sometimes. Yeah, the flower skirt is extra health. 2 HP, 1 endurance. Although I kind of like the Sanctum Knight pants as well, because these give reduced falling damage and silent footsteps. Can I break this in one running attack? I can. Is that a pig? Plus 2 HP on Peasant Mask? Yeah, it gives me 2 HP because it gives me 2 stats. And stats... non-health stats still give HP, but very, very, very little. Oh. We iframe that. Killed a pig, it must drop something because it was a lizard. I wonder if the lizards can drop key items. I don't think I've ever seen a key item from an enemy. You are right though, it does drop something. Was something really loud, guys? Is the game too loud still? Oh, the explosion, I see. Berserker Blade. Haven't seen a single boss in the wild. Have we not? Oh god. Oh no. Dude, see what I mean? Did you see that? Like, look at how far that went, that attack. Like, I would have died there before fucking no matter what. That AoE is it's insane. It's insane. That was so far away, man. Why don't you play with the lighting engine mod? Why don't you fucking use your eyes? Ooh, royal. Wait, what was that? Oh, I thought it was the Royal Soldier's Ring. Oh no, not again. I have the lighting mod on. Where's the link to the mod? If you just look up like Dark Souls 2 item randomizer. Actually, wait, hold on. I can send it to you right now if you want. Sorry, I was sending Kriskies the randomizer. All right. Okay, chat, I'm gonna remember this time to loot this from behind. Undead lockaway key. I don't know if we should go down there until we get the soldier's key. I mean, I guess it's possible that the item in the chest could be... Maybe it's possible it could be a key item. And that, I don't think the poison can actually work on the enemies. It's kind of BS. Yo, XHSDF, thank you for the 69 months. Thank you, thank you. Dude, Rouge Water is kind of crazy. That healed me like a lot. Hello? Game? Let me over the ledge. Classic. So are you guys deaf now? Since Looking Glass Night in 2014. Well, Kemi, I'm using a different weapon for every boss. The only thing about like using a different I like the idea of using a different weapon for every boss, but I don't want to fall into the trap of like, I'm worried that I'm gonna have like a fully upgraded weapon that I don't use for any bosses, and I'm just gonna use it to like kill all the trash enemies. Which like, I mean, I guess that's fine, but I would like to, I don't really know how to. I didn't actually really want to use the Grand Lance here. But I guess we're doing it. Honestly, the Rampart Golem Lance seems kind of like the same, more or less. Has 160 counter. Hello? Is this a wasted legendary weapon type run? Yeah. If this was Elden Ring, that would not have hit me. Yeah, like, I don't know, I didn't really want to use the Grand Lance here, because, I used all my upgrade materials on it. But, well, my mistake. Goodbye. Piggy? Can't beat the game and you think drop your weapon 40 times in a row is a good idea? I think it's a great idea. You're just a jerk. Alright,
People.
35 strength. The thing is, it's not taking bait if you read out the message. I mean, if I let it affect me, sure, but... Do I have souls to use? I do. Wait, this one's also like 60k, isn't it? 50? Honestly, the only thing that affects me is chat just being really annoying and saying, like, anytime I read a message, it's like, one guide, haha, taking the bait, It's like, very original, guys. Very, very original. Yeah, I'm gonna try to get a Switch too. I mean, I also want to play, do I have any flame butterflies? No. I'd like to play whatever new, like, 3D Mario game they make. Because I did have a lot of fun playing, playing Odyssey. Did I miss a chest back there? Is that... I feel like you're right. You can't actually destroy chests in the randomizer. Is there an item in here? Oh, this is kind of scary. Oh. Oh, that would have really hurt. I don't know. That might have even... I don't think it would have one-shot me, but... The oil and black gulch can destroy chests if they catch fire. Sanso's considering the rando. I miss Sanso streaming. Holy sh... Oh my god. That was kind of risky. Oh! What the fuck is that? Do dry roots even heal? Yeah, it's like... I don't actually know the exact amount. Somebody in chat probably knows. I should have got my int up. can stack them. I don't know if I believe you. That would be insanely OP if you could. I mean, if that actually works, that's like kind of nuts. Oh shit. Oh, is it bugged again? This happened before. I think we had to like re-randomize it. I don't know, I think one of the bosses bugs out here. I don't know which one, but... Is the armor clanking not the turtle? Maybe not. I don't know. I mean, I think what is the best, like, what is the best course of action when this happens? I don't. Do I just re-randomize the enemies completely? Hesitant to get, I mean, I don't want to waste 50 minutes every time this happens. Like, okay, we reset, and what if we come back here and this happens again? We just reset over and over? That's fucking stupid. I don't really like just wasting my time like that. I'm gonna try something. Yeah, I tried something that maybe fixed it. Might not have, though. So it looks like the enemies are the same. I mean, we're early enough into the run where I think I'm just gonna re-randomize the enemies then, because I guess I'll just have to... Yeah, I guess I could re-roll the seed and then switch back to the old one from before after I kill the boss. No, it's not crashing. It's just Flexile's not spawning in. But not brick the file. No, it shouldn't matter at all. You've got to be kidding me. Twice in a row? What? Well, this is the exact reason why I'm not resetting the run. That guy who's like, yeah, just reset the run. Well, guess what? We would have re-rolled and we would have broken again. Unless maybe I need to like reload from the bonfire or something. What if the loot from the boss is relevant? The item randomizer is not being changed. The loot logic is the same, regardless of what enemy it is. And the Shotel attacks so fast. Berserker Blade's actually pretty good too. But we already upgraded the Shotel. We don't have enough decks for the Spotted Whip. Okay. Yeah, it looks like the boss... Yeah, something is... I don't think the save is fucked. Well, I think it is an issue with the boss. Well, actually, I don't know. It's all hypothetical. I really don't know, actually. Like something is getting stored, because the thing is, the position of stuff gets stored when you quit out, so like something is bugging out with the boss fight. That's great. What's up, Luppa? Honestly, our damage is not bad. Oh yeah, lightning is really good in the water. Oh wait, these are up too? This might be a mistake. Oh my god. The water is so tall! So deep, whatever, you know what I mean! Oh, that's potentially good as long as they don't spawn. Oh, nice. They all spawn like out of bounds. Come on. Come on. Come on, do the laser. Come on, fucking laser. Woohoo! I mean, honestly, that considering we just killed Nashandra with like a +0 weapon, that's not bad. Alright guys, say goodbye to the Partisan. Served us well. Why did I discard it? Because I'm only allowed to use one weapon for every boss. Or I have to use a different weapon for every boss. Just for fun. Just to try it. Just so I actually get to use a variety of things. Yeah, I mean, everything is randomized. Except for the Estus flask from the Emerald Herald, I guess. Imagine if he could randomize NPC options. So like you don't know where the blacksmith would be. The Silk Song 2-second segment. Yeah, I heard that they showed a video of her sliding down a slope. It's pretty pog. Slope song. Man, the shuttle is so fast. Pretty chill enemies here. I need more healing, though. Revert seed. I mean, we're early enough where I don't really feel like it matters. Like, it's... I mean, like, we don't know... Like, yes, the other seed that I was on could be easier, but it also could be... Like, I don't really think it matters. Epic. Random bullshit go. What a dumbass. Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. Oh, I don't like this. Why does that have to happen, man? And spider push the barrel. So stupid, man. Approaching from this side just sucks ass. It's so shitty. Okay, I'm gonna be careful this time. Come on. We can move. You jerk. You know what? Maybe I can blow him up. Okay. Are you serious? Dude, if oh my god, can you imagine if I... Yeah, you guys would have loved that. House key? Oh, right. We can, This is so fucking bad. Is that... Oh, man. Like, I have 50,000 souls, and I don't have a frickin' bone. Which means I have to run all the way back. Using exploits? What the hell are you talking about? You're just trolling, but what are you even referencing? Isn't there a ladder at the beginning? Yeah, I mean, I just... Would have been nice to not have to spend a minute and a half running back. It's okay, though. I'm not triggered. I'm just curious. God, you posting your stupid ass message saying that I'm triggered triggers me more than anything. All right. Anyways, let's go. I mean, we don't know where. Wait, where actually can we go? Well, I guess we can go in the house. More health, I guess. Yo, Drogon, thank you for the 5 gifted subs, man. Thank you very much. Oh. I think we might want to go down to the gutter. It's just, well, we don't really have much healing. I don't think there were any merchants that sold healing either. Eternal Sanctum Key. Alright, you know what, Frift? You're toxic. Take a time out. Think about what you've said. Oh, there's a Ring of Restoration. It's not bad. You won't drop down here, surely, right? Ooh, Seldora pants. The health regen with the resto ring plus the dried root is actually not bad. Dude, these pants are so heavy. Time to wait 3 minutes. Well, we can survive this for sure. Oh yeah, we can go even further down. The pants are pretty nice. Man. I really don't like doing this drop, but I mean, I've practiced it enough. Surely I won't die here. Oh no, I forgot the other item. God damn it. God dang it. Will I ever increase the res and bitrate I stream at? Do I have any good armor? I stream at the highest bitrate that I can, actually. Oh. Chaos robe. Dude, the Shotel is kinda cracked. Kinda reminds, it's like the Warp Sword moveset. It only has 110 counter rating though. How excited am I for the Switch games? I mean, I'm definitely gonna play. I'm gonna try to get a Switch 2 and obviously play the new FromSoft game, but oh, this is not good. I don't like this. I really don't like this. You bitch. This fucking dog, like, what is it doing? Like, are you serious, dude? What is fucking wrong with this dog? No fucking way, man. Oh, fuck. Am I safe? Yeah, I guess that actually works. Dude, the dog, like, it's almost like he de-aggroed me. I was like ready for him to attack me, and he's just walking like straight forward in the water. Isn't that the vanilla ring location? I don't think so. I lost to 222. Yeah, well, I mean, what do you expect? When the enemies can't hurt you because you're 222ing the whole time, it's pretty easy to stay alive. Man, it is like way too dark here. How much torch time do I have? 52 minutes? I mean, this is okay. We don't have that much healing. The main concern. Oops. Oh, wow, the vessel shield. Oh, that's really good. Getting lucky with these health regen items. What do you mean? I barely found anything. Oh no. That's a mimic, right? That's a mimic. Wait, where'd it go? I'm like so scared, guys. Dude, I don't want to jump because if this thing hits me midair, I'm dead. I don't have any flame butterflies. That's a giant over there too, or serious. I don't want to lose my souls, but I mean, what other choice is there? Oh God, it's one of these guys? Jesus. Uh-oh. No. No. Fuck this. Where do I go, though? I don't have any brand. I mean, we could go back to Wharf and try to loot it up a bit more, I guess. Do we have Titanite, more Titanite shards? Nope. We got 9K back. Where do we want to go? I'm just thinking so hard right now, you know? He's farming? No. I actually don't really know where I want to go, though. I guess we could do Wharf. Dude, I'm so fat. Oh my god. This frickin' that spear is so incredibly heavy. How does the mace do on this guy? Surprisingly, not very good. Oh my fucking god. Oh, thanks. Sorry, Frederick. Thank you for the $5. Yeah, I haven't watched South Park in like forever. No, bleed is really bad in this game. I did make Larksa watch the World of Warcraft South Park episode, though, since we were playing hardcore before. This sucks, man. I don't... Well, I guess we could go see what Dragon Slayer is. I feel like there's just... I don't... This area is terrible. I just don't have any healing. Maybe we should oh god. Yeah, like this seed is so much worse than the other one. Oh my god, it's a basilisk. Maybe he'll fall off if we're lucky. Or maybe he'll just fucking destroy us. Oh no. Well, it was a good run. Oh, come on. Oh, that's good. We're okay. We have four healing items. Not great. All right, I think I'm gonna use maybe the homunculus mace for this fight. Well, I mean, I guess we can go in and decide once we're inside. Oh, Pursuer, yeah. All right, we'll use the mace. That'll be good. It's like he's coated in iron. Yeah, I don't know why he looks like that exactly. We have no token. You do? I don't think I do. All right. I don't know where to go, chat. There was a vendor selling life ring +3. We could go grab that, I guess. We have life ring +2, but symbol's kind of whatever. Oh, we could go to the copes, I guess. Buy all the charms. I mean, that's extra healing. Resplendent life. We could. Could buy that. It's 25 faith, though. It's kind of high. Alright, so how much is this? 1921 HP to 1964. I mean, that's 40 extra health. It's not bad. Basement of the house. Oh shoot, I think you're right. We never went to the basement, did we? I think I forgot about that. You're sad Ella stopped doing the challenge. He might return to it. I mean, he finished his run. I don't think he's satisfied with the run he finished, but... like, I wouldn't have been satisfied with finishing the DBGS run either. Quite frankly.
I don't know who you are.
I have an empty ring. Yeah. Just don't really have anything. I guess Dispelling Ring is alright. How heavy is this though? Yeah, see, like this thing weighs 8%, so I don't even really want to use it. Gotta destroy the mace. Oh yeah. Goodbye, homunculus. Whoa. Oh god. Going down the ledge where the ladder was after Nashandra. Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about.
However,
In Bastille, well, I'm gonna be going back to Bastille later. I had like no healing and I didn't really want to be there any longer, so. What do we got? I mean, that's good. It's more healing. Really? We do also have the lower area here with the lava, like the fire area, so I guess we'll go loot that up. Yeah, I already turned in the Estus shard. The Daily Silk Song News guy. Yeah, I watched the video this morning. It's pretty funny. Dude, this Golem Spear? Kind of insane. Kind of cracked. Wow, I really don't like that. No, I'm gonna go this way. Probably shouldn't have dropped down. No. No, you fucking don't. Guy's actually running into the fire. Oh my God. I thought I was gonna die there. I thought when he pulled out the sword, it was gonna do like an extra instance of damage. That was terrifying. My God. Dude, look at how much these. Dude, like the healing of, dude. These are insane. How much health do these heal? That was like. They're so good. I mean, it does say greatly restores HP. They're almost like a mushroom in a way. They're like an old radiant. I guess they take a long time to use though. This guy is so fast. So many different healing items in DS2. Yeah, there really is. Let's use another charm. These charms surprisingly don't heal that much health for how long they take to use. I think we always want poison moss on our bard too. Wow, the Berserker Blade, I feel like this is a really good weapon too. I mean, it's got 150 counter rating. No way. That's my bad. Thought he was gonna get closer. It's pretty good. It's the Berserker Blade. Well, we found nothing useful here, I think. That's unfortunate. Oh no, the tunnel! God damn it! The fucking tunnel. I just used my homeward bone too. Dang it, man. Man, I already have so much health. I mean, the thing is, Switch, there will be other fun games on Switch too. I mean, assuming they are they, is like a Mario Odyssey 2 planned? I really enjoyed Mario Odyssey on the Switch. Some life gems. Did we loot the back room here? I don't think we did. I think we got like distracted or something. The Mario Odyssey is going to be the DK game? Okay. Yeah, Switch 2 release is probably going to be like the PS5 release, isn't it? these... Okay, I really don't like using this weapon against that enemy type at all. Man, I'm so heavy. I need more Vit. But I also have Flynn's ring, so it's like I don't really want to level Vit. Seems pretty chill. You can't hit me here, dumbass. Come on. You just gonna stand there? Why are these enemies so fucking weird like that? Favorite weapon in DS2? I don't know, actually. Good question. Oh my goodness. Thought I was gonna die there. Oh no. Stuff is dying. Wait, does that die every time? Easy soul farm. Actually, I shouldn't have... Well, it doesn't really matter considering how easily you can get souls anyways, but... this. Oh my god! I didn't see the armored guy. Like, it would have been fine if the armored guy wasn't there, but... I shouldn't have tried to dark sign there. I just... Oh, I didn't really feel like I could ever attack. I mean, I was able to get attacks in. That was That was stupid, I guess. I really did not want to try. Like, I would have ended up wasting all of my healing there just to kill those fucking enemies. I looked down and it looked chill. So I was like, alright, I guess it's fine. And then there was like an armored guy sleeping in the water. It's a bad seed? I mean, not really. It's pretty good. We had a lot of good weapons. We had the blacksmith unlocked. But it's dead now. I think the guy that was sleeping would have woken up either way. I thought I could open up on him with a backstab, but nope. That was just a bad idea, trying to dark sign there. I don't know, I really didn't want to deal with that. It was so annoying. It was like every time I went for an attack, there was just 4 enemies like queuing up shit on me. And then the poison on top of it too. I should have poison mossed. I should have done, that was just, I don't know, that was kind of bad. The poison moss is pretty fast to use. I will say I like this rando a lot, but if there was a way to do like an area randomizer or something, it would be perfect 10 out of 10. Just because it does get a little like it gets a little samey doing, I mean, you're just, every single run is just like forest into wharf into, you know, what have you. But I mean, that's how it is. Well, yeah, of course, to solve. I mean, I never claimed it would be an easy thing to do. The flashbang intro, if you have the lighting mod, it doesn't flashbang you anymore. Oh man, I can't believe I died like that. That was so stupid. Oh well, we go again.
Perhaps you've seen it.
What are the games you wish had rando, but they don't? I can't think of any.
Forgotten land.
Any game where rando would work well, generally the game has a randomizer. That's just how it is. Any game that has a large variety of options has a randomizer.
A place where souls may mend your ailing mind. You will lose everything. Once branded, the symbol of the curse, an augur of darkness. Your past, your future, your very light. None will have meaning, and you won't even care. By then, you'll be something other than human. A thing that feeds on souls, a hollow. Long ago, in a walled-off land far to the north, a great king built a great kingdom. I believe they called it Drang Lake. Perhaps you're familiar. No, how could you be? But one day, you will stand before its decrepit gate without really knowing why. Drawn to a flame. Your wings will burn in anguish. Time after time. For that is your fate. The fate of the cursed.
Alright, I'm back. What did that run die to? Me being a bozo. Please don't. So much setup for that. Well, I was AFK, so. Am I okay? What do you want me to do? He just licked me instantly. 0 frame startup lick. What can I do about that? I don't know what I expected. I always greed that item. I just feel like I can pick it up before I get attacked. Should have baited out though. Half of my deaths have been to that item. Actually, fairly accurate, yeah. Oh. Oh. Hello, Ligaturum. Oh, nice. That's a good start. Honestly, that last run we had going was pretty solid, though. That was, like, I really fucked up, man. We should not have lost that run. I just... Yeah. Oh well. Shit happens. It is in the past. Oh, this is the curse, anti-curse mask. Maybe we'll start bandit. I'm not, is that the pursuer's sword? I'm gonna start with the life gems. That's a lot of bird. This game is old as fuck. Yeah. My favorite boss in DS2? Probably Rat Vanguard, because his mohawk's pretty cool. No, I mean, I like Burnt Ivory King. Maybe...
Are you...
Yeah, Burnt Ivory King's probably one of the coolest fights. Having to redo the killing the enemies every time is kind of toxic, but yeah, Flower Skirt's good. A little bit of extra health. Yeah, Dark Lurker's cool as well. It's definitely Dark Lurker is definitely like the most involved boss to get to in a Souls game, I think. Also Cooked, thank you for the sub. Casanova, thank you for the prime as well. And Kagishi. Skirt's cute. It also gives +2 HP and +1 endurance. I don't really know if I can loot that. I did not see that other guy. I don't even know where he came from. He was just like there all of a sudden. I guess I should have looted the, or I should have opened the blacksmith door, see what was in the chest, I guess, but... Yo, Cooked, thanks for the 10 bucks. Been watching the YouTube since the 1 hour 20 run for DS2, never really used Twitch until now. Appreciate the effort gone into your content over the years. Yeah, of course, man. Thank you for the 10 bucks, Cooked. The start of the randomizer is the hardest part, because as you get further in, you know, you... Like, with no scaling on, the start is going to be the hardest. Are you not tired of this? I mean, I would like to actually get a run going further than the first 3 or 4 bosses, but no, not really. I'm still having a lot of fun doing DS2. I think it would be cool to try to do like a Bloodborne, do this with Bloodborne, but I don't know. Like maybe you could do it with the emulator or something. Ooh, the smelter hammer. We just need 35 strength, I think. Dude, look at how fat this thing looks. Like, my god. Yeah, Chris Keys, the start is brutal. Another Shotel. Wait, is this the Grand Lance again? Screw it. I'll do this, I guess. Bone dust. I like how you can start with the spices, like... I think it would be cool though if the gift items were truly randomized. Like they could actually just be anything, including like key items or something like that. But maybe if the key items are like a gift option, then you would also need them to like spawn in the world still, like normal. Oh, yeah, the key overlay might actually need to be restarted. Hold on. It should work now, I think. I did get another Grand Lance. Hey, Ziaro. Had a good run going, and then I died to a... It's kind of a dumb death. Is there a way out of that area that I died, chat? What is there a pathway out? I think there is, but I was like looking for it and I couldn't find it.
Are you then?
Might have just been blinded by my panic or something, but oh, is it an illusory? Oh, I see. Oh, yo, Ducky, thank you for the 86 months. What's up, dude? You have to do this every start? What do you mean? How many bosses are there? 41. Typo, thank you for the 33 months. Another good pair of pants. Dude, those pants I had last run were so good. I think the Sanctum Knight leggings are like the best in the game. Good pair of pants are rare. True. Recollect everything. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, the randomizer, like, the key items can be anywhere. Which, I don't know, I mean... I think, like, I understand doing a randomizer where the key... Dude, why are these fucking... They are so good at tracking you. It's so... up. Like... Oh, I hate these things. They just lead their shots. Rip Godseed, yeah, it was a good seed, honestly. Like Flynn's Ring, did a lot of level ups early. I'm not 100% sure what enemy that is down there. Okay. Okay, dude. Okay, dude. He just, he opened with that jump attack so fast. Like, I don't even know what I could have done there. I should have stayed by the fog gate, but I was afraid the enemy behind me was gonna kill me through the fog gate. Oh my god. Unlucky. Hey Nukes, thank you for the 41 months. I'm trolling, I wish I was. Oh, I'm dead. That is unavoidable. Guaranteed death. Hey, Hamanchu, thank you for the 15 months, dude. Thank you, man. Wait, this is actually so chill. Oh. Some black weed. Can I loot this without dying? Well. Oh my god. Ooh. Listen, guys, I really like pride bugs, okay? I would just take off all my clothes for the stam regen. Well, the classes themselves... Oh, that's actually pretty nice. The classes themselves aren't randomized, but like the starting equipment is. Or I should say the stats of the classes aren't randomized.
Are you? Then
If I rest, will this move her? I'm actually not sure. No.
then for you. There is how
I died. Yep, I died. It happens. It happens a lot. Straight for the dis tier health bar. Oh, another soul. I'm tempted to go back and level up more. I'll wait. Yeah, I'm still enjoying the challenge. It's nice that I like that the memory limitation is gone now, so you can just, like, you never know what's coming up next. Because previously it's like if you got baby enemies in a zone, you would just know that the entire zone is full of those easy enemies, and you like wouldn't even really have to worry. But yeah, now it's not really the case anymore. Yeah, this is like the enhanced lighting mod. Yeah, I mean, if you got the horses, then there would be a ton of horses. But you also know that there's a ton of horses, so it's like knowledge is half the battle in a way sometimes. Oh, I didn't see what enemy was down there. Oops. Oh my god. I might die. Oh, I think I'm dead. This guy jumps. Okay. He jumps a lot, so. Not bad.
like my but
Okay, there's large shards here. Can try to remember that.
and with to
Maybe we should have searched the wharf. That's okay. Alright, so we need... we can 12 decks. Alright, let's just get like 13 decks. The rest health, I guess. And get 86 agi. when I go full vigor, because I need to be able to attack, like have a weapon I can actually use. What software do you use? It's just called the DS2 Randomizer. It's on Nexus mods. Prisoner's Rag increased soul gains. I don't know. They give item discovery. Oh, shit! It's Sinner. Hey, that's free souls. If I don't fucking die. I have enough ADP. Oh, come on. Alright, focus up. No more getting hit. What? Oh, come... You fuck! Where even are you? Oh, okay. Man... Ooh. Oh wait, we can just... Oh, that works. Can we not? Mr. Big Pig. No, bosses don't respawn. Oh my god, she's right fucking there. I'm hiding in the bush. She has no idea. Do I have a homeward bone? Maybe we just... Dude, is she camping there now? Are you serious? Lady, what is your problem? Okay. Let her grab you? I would rather not. How about let's not do that? Oh, it... Wait. What? Did my options reset again? Oh my god, dude, wait. The fuck? I have to reset. Dude, my fucking... It reset my settings again, man. On the rando. Why does it do this? Okay, wait, hold on. Okay. That's working now. I might have sent Kriskies the wrong one then. I don't know if the one I sent Kriskies. Oh wait, salad. Wait, salad doesn't have unusable equipment on though. What's the issue? I didn't actually have the enemy limits were set back to what they used to be. So like it was actually repeating enemies in the area. And yeah, there's not supposed to be infinite items in the shop. See you later, Cooked. Ah, that was a good start too. But it's okay. Yeah, I'm doing a different weapon for every boss. Mm-hmm. I didn't watch Nintendo Direct. When even was it? Was it this morning at like fucking 5 a.m. or something? Because I don't even know. $6 a.m. PSTs. Oh, okay, it was like 8 a.m. for me. Yeah, I didn't watch it just because it was... I didn't even realize it was like so early. I don't really watch the Nintendo Directs most of the time though. I'll just see whatever they announce later. Silk Song was revealed for 3 seconds. I mean, at least they said that it's coming out in 2025. Wow, Grand Lance. It's like the game really wants us to use this weapon. It's even +1. Yeah, I'm not sure if it... I'm like slightly doubtful though that it's actually going to release in 2025. They said it was coming out in 2022. Yeah, I can't really remember. Maybe that's true. They're rushing it? Okay, you gotta be trolling with that comment. What's up, Ain? You gonna try the DS2 rando now that you're done with Kazan? Join in on the hype? Gonna go for a Fatalis. Oh, nice. Yeah, that's a good idea, too. I had fun doing that. Wait, we have 60k. Wait, what? When did this happen? Let's get some HP. Woohoo! Now you'd have time to run this. I mean, it's not like you have to, like, commit to it or anything necessarily. What is Expedition 33? I feel like I've heard of that. I can't remember though. Turn-based French RPG. Oh, I see. I feel like I remember seeing the trailer for that, and it looked cool. What would you rate Kazan? I don't know. I really enjoyed Kazan from what I played. I think the bosses are really good. I don't really care that much for like the world of the game. I didn't really feel like the levels were that interesting most of the time, at least so far, but the bosses are really good. Except for the frickin' lady who blocks you. I hated that fight so much. That fight tilted me so hard. I was just like, I don't know, it was kind of late in my stream as well, and I was like hungry, but yeah, that fight was a pain. Oh, they're fighting. I don't want him to one-shot me. I'm gonna heal. Yeah, oh my god. Oh. Oh my god, man. I died. Yo, Exhibica, thank you for the 60, what is EGP? Thank you for the 60 bucks, so whatever. I turned 20 today, Kangun Tarani. What? Why are you asking me? Listen, this is the guy donated in the YouTube chat, and he asked that. Some DD type message. I haven't seen DD in so long. Not that I necessarily miss him or anything. Sorry, DD, but Hey, Krokuta, thank you for the 4 months. SA Sniper, thank you for the 54 months as well. Rapier. Sure. How many radiants do you get if you start with this, I wonder? Skelly Lord, so. Anyone checked in with Zeus? I have no idea what you're talking about. It's 10 radiants. That's pretty good. The god. DD is still here, but he goes by another name now. Ah, he's in disguise, I see. Can't say I'm surprised. We get some beneficial pants. Yeah, we'll see. Typo has blessed the run with pants. I did have a Skelly Lord to pop. Maybe I should have used that. It's okay. Ooh, 2 mushrooms. I like. Mushrooms are so good. Do you need to reset the rando every time? I mean, like, every time you die, you need to re-roll the rando, yeah. Can we get a run going? I mean, we had one decent run going today. Oh, that enemy. It's so weird. Sometimes the enemy that's by that chest, like, he... That was terrifying. Oh my god, bro. Smelter can jump back, so if If we stay like directly behind him. This fucking guy. Great. Just great. Yep. It's so annoying getting bosses to fall off here, dude. I don't even feel like it's worth trying. Like I should have just stayed in the center and just I should have just kept waiting until he jumped backwards, because it's just these fat bosses, it's so easy for them to just push you off the ledge. Or TP out. I mean, I could TP out, but it's free souls and it gives me access to the wharf, which is probably going to be needed either way. The alternative is going to the Forest of the Fallen Giants and trying to loot items with 17 enemies up my asshole. So... I'm probably dead. What is this hammer? Oh, Iron King. 50 strength. Hey, Santiago. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs, man. Starting to believe he's dying on purpose. Dude, you know what, whatever, dude. I'm not gonna try to defend myself. I'm trying my best, alright? I'm gonna stop trying to bait the boss off the ledge. Like, standing at the entrance. It's just... I try to do it the way we do it with Dragonrider, but it's... I don't know, it's like... it goes poorly so easily. Oh, we got the Dull Ember. That's good. It's annoying that we need the Soldier's Key, though, to get to the other side of Bastille. Because I think the enemy always pushes the barrel towards you when you approach from the other direction. Oh, shoot. Yeah, sleepy.
There. Seek the king.
Old Disc would have finished the challenge already. I mean, I was gonna finish the run before, but I threw it on purpose because the randomizer was too easy. So, yeah, what can I say? Oh no. Horsey, no! Dumbass. Okay. Here we go again. Oh, Jesus. What? Oh no. Please don't push me off. Dude, oh, I hate you! Die. Please die. Thank you. Okay. Everything is okay. Yo, General, thank you for the Prime sub. Nevit, thank you for the 3-year resub. One Peg, thanks for the year sub as well, man. Lamberge. They jump back more often if you attack. Yeah, maybe. All right, at least I do think it is much better to try to just stay in the center and like trying to stay at the entrance of the boss room and do it like we do in the speedrun is just, it doesn't really work that well. So now we know Silksong is real. I mean, it's always been real. It was just a matter of when it was actually coming out. Oh, bone dust. I don't even know what you're talking about, Exhibicov. Why is YouTube chat so weird sometimes? If I was to do this for another game, like Souls game, what do you think would be the, what would you guys want to see? Lords of the Fallen, DS1. Can I use any of these weapons? 18 dex. Yeah, I feel like Bloodborne would be nice. A Notria. A Notria. Notria's demo was broken for you? Yeah, I mean, it was... Oh wait, this is actually worth 30k. Yeah, the Bloodborne Rando is really messed up on Shadows of Yharnam because, well, yeah, you can get like 3 bosses all just gangbanging you. Like, I think I had, it was like Ludwig Phase 2. Well, it was a good run, guys. It's nice knowing y'all. I'm just gonna run. I'm just gonna die. Yep. Go back to the cave and have them fall off. Oh, it's not a bad idea. Yeah, I missed a few items. Oh no. This is really cool. He's got me pinned. I'm dead. I'm dead. You motherfucker! I love that you have, like, you need space in order to go, like, open a chest or, like, interact with a ladder. Just, you can just, if there's, like, the tiniest fucking pixel blocking you, you're just stuck. Maybe I should stop going up that ladder. I guess I should have tried, I should have just tried to kill that guy. I don't, I mean, I tried, but if I had tried to kill him right from the start, it probably would have been okay. Could I have quit out there? Yeah, maybe, but I don't really want to utilize quit outs. You stop at the top of the ladder, he'll try to attack. Yeah, if he's close enough to the edge of the ladder, then when you go up, you can kind of like clip through him and get behind him. Or some enemies. Maybe not that guy though, because he's so fat. Yeah. Okay. Those rats are fucked up. They can actually keep up with you running full speed, and they will continuously bite your ankles the entire time. Like you can't run away from those enemies, at least if it's like a straight line. I mean, I could have rolled, but I've actually died. I've died to those enemies several times in like the speed run. I mean, well, in the past, I feel like it's not really that much of a problem anymore, but on the way to Rad Authority, like you could end up in situations where you hit them the same time they hit you, and then you get toxicked. Toxic does so much damage. Bloodborne 2? It's not Bloodborne 2 though. It's like Bloodborne Night Rain. Scholar the First Sin edition. I'm still excited for the game, but the fact that it's a Switch exclusive is really sad. Honestly, Switch is like my least favorite console, at least when it comes to like streaming. Oh my god. Okay. I've never had this be this difficult. I know that I can destroy the cart. But I refuse. Wait, Fume Sword is really lightweight. It only weighs 3. Decided to pay $500 to play TOTK on a decently powered machine. I mean, you could also just like emulate it now. Don't say that. I mean, not that I condone, I know people do it. I really, really, really hope that Duskbloods is not 30 FPS. I pray to God it's not 30. Just please. Please don't let it be 30 FPS. Like 30 FPS in 2025 is just insane. It's a PvP battle royale game. You don't... Like, you say that, but I feel like you don't really know. So I mean, the trailer that I watched didn't look like a battle royale. Dude, I rolled, but I guess not. Seems like it's a BR. I mean, the thing is, though, there's enemies and bosses in the game, so like there is a PvE component to the game.
Perhaps you've seen it. Maybe in a...
Like if it was like PUBG or like fucking Fortnite or something, yeah, I'm not gonna play it. If literally the only thing you do is just fight people and that's it, and there's no PvE at all, then I'm not gonna play it. What if it's like Plunderstorm with those PvE elements? Then it's fucking terrible, because Plunderstorm is like, the PvE is like fucking brain rot. Like you literally just run up and just press your buttons and the enemies die. So yeah, I mean, if it's like Thunderstorm, then that's gonna be terrible. But I would be surprised FromSoft went as far as to trivialize their combat into pressing one button and killing everything. But maybe they would. See that the games will be 80 euros. Yep. Is it the old sun ring that makes me glow red like this? I guess so. Oh wait, we have we have Drake Blood Greatsword again. Hey, Wild. Why is Nintendo so behind in technology? The thing is, it's not necessarily being behind, it's just like their games don't necessarily require super crazy like graphics, and also, I mean, because their art style is very, it's not like graphically intensive for most of their iconic games, but at the same time, the console also ends up being cheaper because they don't need to like maximize hardware.
Are you?
I just wish that they would put like games on sale, but like they don't, because they don't need to. People will buy everything regardless of whether or not it's on sale. Like it. Except it isn't cheaper. Okay. Yeah, maybe you're right. I don't know. Breath of the Wild is probably still $60, I'm sure. Frickin', I bet like buying frickin' Ocarina of Time from N64 probably costs like $60. Well, I'm not talking about like the physical edition. I just mean like on the digital store. They don't sell the N64 games at all. Oh, really? I'm dead again. Maybe not, actually. The rat lost me. Oh. No! You jerk! You can fly? Not quite.
My eye, but
I think we're okay on healing for now.
make off.
Alright, one boss down. We have a run. Today has been kind of rough. I don't know. We had one good run. I feel like ever since I lost that good run I had going, I'm just like not locked in at all. I'm just like definitely not playing as safe as I should be. It's fucking real. Yeah, now we just have to pray that it actually releases in 2025. Oh, the sun ring activates quite a lot. How are you feeling about that reveal? Is that what we even want to call it? I mean, dude, she slid down that slope pretty sick. Bloodborne 2 with dinosaurs. Oh yeah, that game is also, what is it called again? Dark Bloods? Dusk Bloods? Yeah, do you guys see they're adding horse armor to Elden Ring? Pretty pog. Yeah, apparently they're adding torrent customization for the tarnished edition of Elden Ring that's releasing on Nintendo Switch. Coming to all platforms. I said because of. Chat, you need to listen. Oh no. Oh no, 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 no. I'm okay. Have you guys seen any good movies lately, chat? I haven't really seen what's been in like theaters lately. Spy Kids. Okay. Oh wow, this is. I'm dead. That's great. I mean, am I gonna? Holy shit! You fucking gnome! Oh my god, I thought I was. Why didn't you wait so long to shoot me? I thought I was safe, man. Oh, fuck. Why was the frickin' Vanguard camping the fog gate as well, dude? Oh, man. I can't frickin' get a run going, chat. Oh. Yeah, I saw The Substance in theaters. That was good. That was a good movie. The ending was a little wacky, but I still liked it. Like half of the theater walked out when I went to see The Substance. Yeah, it's the body horror movie. I saw Terrifier 3 as well. I don't know. The Terrifier movies are like, I don't know, they're kind of weird. I feel like they just exist just for like shock value in a way. I mean, they're alright, I guess. I'm not really a huge fan though. These are some shitty starting items. I guess large. Probably large shards or maybe the roots. I wonder how many. Yeah, we'll go for the roots. Why not? Large shard probably makes more sense, but kind of curious how many I get. 10 dried roots, 10 repair powder. I mean, repair powder is pretty nice. Okay, I'm like super heavy. Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah, I saw Tragedy Girls. That was a fun movie. Oh wait, actually, I don't know if that's actually. I think I saw the trailer for that. I don't know. That movie looked kind of weird. I might be thinking of. I don't know. Maybe thinking of something else though. Dude, you know what we haven't seen in so long is the Vanquisher's ring. When are we gonna get another Vanquisher ring run? Because that was sick. I mean, I guess we're doing the one weapon per boss now, so that doesn't really work as much, but... We want viewer run Elden Ring, all bosses plus DLC. See, that's what you want. Honestly, you would spend more time summoning people than you would actually fighting the bosses. You'd summon people, and then they just kill the boss in like 2 seconds. Yeah, viewer run is fun. Definitely not all bosses, though. Did we ever do a viewer run with the DLC? I actually... Well, yeah, no, we did one. We definitely did one, because I think I healed for it, right? Not yet? Are you sure? I feel like I did. Miss Ott's old PvP summon streams. Yeah, Otts is a... I mean, it's cool that he still does soul stuff on his stream sometimes. I might die. Oh, I'm dead. Oh, sick dodge. Never mind. Okay, we're gonna stand right here. That was bad. I'm just so scared of rolling off the ledge. I don't know, dude. It's so difficult to do this. I didn't have any HP. Maybe if I had... I think I was dead there even. Like, I couldn't roll it the proper way because I would have just rolled to my death. So I had to roll with the attack. And I couldn't strafe because I also would have had to run off the cliff. Off the ledge. And when I boot up the game, my controller just like I don't know why. Yeah, that'd be fun, one peg. There's actually a really cool mod called Convergence mod. Oh Jesus. Yo, Peter, thank you for the Prime sub. I believe they came out with a new update for it recently too. My favorite FromSoft game? I don't know, Chad. I don't know. It's too much pressure. I don't know. I don't want to say. Wait. Rotunda Lockstone? I've never... Have we ever found this? We could just go straight to the copse. Not that we probably would want to, but straight to Skeleton Lords. Who needs a weapon? Oh, we have a lot of life gems. Who's this guy? Why is he... Well, we got the bonfire. Can I, like, drop... not really. You can, but only once. What, to your death? Hey, Bananakin, thanks for the $3. Dist is cute, so is chat. Ayaya. Thank you. You don't need the key in the randomizer to change the door? I do need the key. Yeah, we've been kind of farming deaths today. We just keep dying. Yeah, we don't have the lockstone on the overlay because it's kind of pointless. Oh, Jesus. Okay, I don't think I'm gonna do the jump here. Lemongrass key is good. Good fight. Wait, Wait, it's fucking Grandal. I don't think I've seen this guy in like... I don't think I've seen Grandal here in a while, as like the NPC in like ever. Alright, well... I guess we use the Royal Dirk. 15 decks. Oh, maybe we could buy something. Crescent Axe. Okay, 1 gold pine. Repoop. Oh, this up. Oh. Okay, I think we're just gonna have to wait. Yeah, I think the Royal Dirk's actually a decent weapon. Has a 140 counter rating. And the R2 is like a poke. Oh, I can actually... can upgrade it now. Oh, we probably should have ran... Probably should have went towards the wharf. Man, the start of this run is just so, like, the areas are so brutal. Wharf just has so many enemies, and so does the forest. Yo, what's up, Mitch? Welcome back. Got your dinner now? Nice. Everybody leave me alone. Alright, you know what? I'm actually gonna go loot the pathway towards the wharf, because maybe we'll get like a soul. I don't know, we just... we don't have much health. Struggle to find something to watch for eating. It is nice to have something to watch. Or, yeah. Oh, that's good. Oh, we're pretty stacked on healing items. That's good. Yeah, Invincible's good. I got a little bored during like season 2. I haven't finished season 2 yet. Or wait, is it season 3 actually that it's on right now? I don't know, whatever the newest season is. Yeah, I've been watching Severance, or I'm like, yeah, I'm caught up with it. It's a good show. Was also watching From show's been I've been like enjoying that show. It's a little slow at times though. Like I kind of wish I like the plot and like theme of the show. I just kind of wish things progressed a bit faster. What's up, Johnny? Yeah, I've watched all the seasons of What We Do in the Shadows. It's a good show. QB Halloween. Oh wow, what an optimized pickup that was. Really don't know if I should... Oh god. I don't know if I should be running through here, guys. But I feel like I would rather run through here than the forest. Because at least there's no fog gate here that's gonna, like, destroy you. Like in the forest. Yeah, I'm excited for the new season of Black Mirror. Oh wait, these guys are fighting each other. Is there nothing in here? I guess not. Is this the house with the illusory wall? No. I guess both of these houses are empty. Oh, is Black Mirror next week? Oh god. Please. Ooh, flying feline boots. Did this guy really break the door? A rat? Oh no. Oh my god. No way. No fucking way. No! Not fair. Oh, come on, man. Wow. Oh. Hey, Eva, thank you for the 7 months. Okay, it's normal smelter. We can do this. We have rotten pine resin. resin, just so it doesn't... Resin lasts for a while, but... I don't want it to run out. And I'm like close. Goodbye, Royal Dirk. Okay. Is it really doing anything, that poison modifier? Did you not see the boss taking constant damage? The poison was... The poison probably did like 2,000 damage there. Yeah, poison and toxic in DS2 is really, really good. Yeah, I'm using a different weapon for every boss, so I'm gonna have to keep switching my weapon and trying different stuff. I don't know, I just think the last run that we had going, it just got a little... Like, it was still fun, don't get me wrong, but I think... it just got a little repetitive using, like, the same weapon the entire run. Because, I mean, it's a long run, you know? Man, it's been so windy today. It's been like windy and stormy all day. Oh, we got the Naralma hood again for more souls. Does anyone know if it's possible to approach from this side and still use the barrel to blow up the wall? Because every time the enemy just knocks the barrel down and like fucks me over, but I wonder if maybe if I like shoot the enemy with a bow, maybe then. Do you have to, like, trigger it once and then come back, or what? Because every single time, they just push the barrel down, like, right away. Yeah, it always just blows up halfway down the staircase for me. Hey, Kati. Or Katie. Alright, let's get... We don't really have that many weapons right now. Guess we'll get this blacksmith hammer to +4. Would be decent. Oh. I guess we go to the forest, hope for the best. Oh wait, I forgot we ran partway to the forest. Then we... Did I loot Majula? Not fully. Alright, what do we got? Lion warrior, giant. I don't see any casters, actually, which is good. Oh, there's one caster. Spooky. Mythosoul. Shouldn't have tried to heal. Oh my god, I didn't even, like, I looked behind me and I swear they weren't even that close, and then I healed and then they were fucking right there. I don't know, man. I need to be more careful there. Like, I don't know how I should be more careful there, but I guess, like, I need to make sure to aggro every enemy in the area, and then I don't know. I fucking hate that spot. Maybe I should actually go there, like, right at the start of the run. I shouldn't have tried to heal there. It's just all it was gonna take is one hit and I was dead, so a lot of folks playing this don't try magic or faith. Well, the thing is, like, spells in this game kind of suck, and you need attunement, and you need a chime or a staff to even cast the thing in the first place, or a pyro flame. So, like, you need attunement, you need something to cast with, you need the spell itself. So... Oh yeah, you were the one that fixed it, Disov. Alright, I really don't think we should delay in the forest. The forest, I do feel is one of the most dangerous spots. That room with the fog gate is just so fucked up, man. I think I'm actually just gonna try to go there right off the bat. Like, even before Dragonrider. Ooh, bloody cestus. Oh, wow. That was quite heavy. Killing enemies can give you nice gear and weapons dropped. Okay. Brilliant. Loading screen chip tips in chat. Just kill the like 17 enemies that are all aggroed at you at the same time. Just fucking kill them, man.
Are you?
Alright, we're gonna switch it up, chat. We're going straight to the forest. We're just gonna fucking bum rush it and just pray. Like, pray we get through. Because it's just... I die here so much. I feel like my HP doesn't even really matter. Yeah, I should have used the shards. Oh well. What's up, Salad? We got a dog. I should have just ran to the ladder, man. I shouldn't loot anything there. I'm gonna have to come back later, I guess. So I don't know. I was thinking I could maybe greed that one item. The thing is, I need to aggro the enemies by the fog gate. So, yeah, if I had ran just straight to the ladder, I think I would have been okay. It's so brutal, man. Because, like, the thing is, your odds... Like, yes, you're not gonna get an area full of, like, horses necessarily, or hippos, but... You're almost never going to get an area that's just completely free. Because there's always gonna be some fucking ranged enemy, or, like... Dino butt, or whatever bullshit enemy. Oh no. He could have killed me there. Because on the previous rando, sometimes that section right there could be so easy. You just get like a bunch of hollows or like really chill enemies. I don't know if I would rather have bright bugs. Like, bright bugs are just so good. On my last good run that I had going, you know, the one I died 20 hours in or whatever, I really didn't find that many bright bugs early on, so I kind of like starting with them. It's 3 bright bugs, I think, right? Yeah. It's nice having those guaranteed bright bugs for the bullshit fights, like Skelly Lords or Rat Vanguard. You definitely want to use a bright bug for like the really sketchy fights, you know? 12-9. Okay. It's pretty easy stat requirements. How did your runs go today, Salad, by the way? He died? Yeah. Well, it sounds about par for the course. What is the stats that you need for this thing? God dang it. I want to close out of the menu. 12-9. I don't actually need 12 strength, but that's okay. Blue Smelter at Dragon Slayer, Sirlon at Flexile, and Ivory King at Last Giant. Ouch. Yeah, that's rough. You know, I guess I could go up here. Well, you still could have like looted stuff for key items though, right, Salad? Like surely you didn't loot the areas completely. I mean, unless those bosses had key items. What the? Wait. Who hit the... Did that giant hit the rock in for me? What a nice guy. Alright, we're going to the forest again. I don't know if it's better to go Dragonrider or forest first. I really don't. I don't know. It's kind of nice to switch it up though. Like it starts to get a little repetitive when you're just doing the same thing every time. That's why I kind of wish, like, it would be nice if you could get the fragrant branch. If he could make it so the fragrant branches, instead of it all being like in one spot, you found them individually, because then you would be way more likely to be able to go Shaded Woods, like right at the beginning of the run, which I feel like would be kind of nice for variety's sake. This just wants to cheat. Yeah, I think the logic for the branches is kind of confusing. I shouldn't have done this. Nice. Spam the AoE fucking lightning ball. Dude, oh my god! Never gonna get a run going. Jesus Christ. Losing out on 25 other items? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's fair. I get that. Yeah, so many of the items are just crappy shit anyways. The thing is, like, I wonder how the items work exactly. Like, is every item pickup something that you would normally loot in the game? I guess some of the item pickups you get are drops that enemies would normally have. Like, is it just 1-to-1? Like every item is switched with one another? Or is there extra items added into the pool? Because I feel like there has to be extra items added into the pool if you can get 50 lockstones and 25 branches at the same time, you know? What's up, Zaz? We are stuck in Majula hell. What do I think of the FromSoft announcement? I think it's cool. I mean, I'm gonna play it. Gonna try to get a Switch 2. Not just for that game as well. I mean, there's other stuff I would potentially like to play. I'm not a huge fan of it being a Switch exclusive, and I really, really hope that it's not 30 FPS locked.
I will go seek King. Is there what is it?
Oh hey, Picasso, thank you for the 12 months. People were saying the Donkey Kong game is made by like the Odyssey devs or something. Hello, Timon. Oh. I didn't really change anything that crazy, Red Planet. It's just, there's no more infinite shops, and the limit of enemy types per area is set to like 99 now. Well, technically you could still use range, or I mean, I don't know. I'm like kind of contemplating just not. Oh, nice. That guy fell off. I'm kind of considering just not using range at all. But I think it's also like you're limited on how many you're gonna get, so it's probably like fair to use it because you're gonna run out if you spam it everywhere anyways. Missed chests. Very funny, chat. The rolling is, it's just so, it's so scary, like. You just roll so far in this game. Maybe what, you know, it might actually be strats. So like, you roll further in this game, the higher your equip load, right? It's like, it might be strats to put on. Oh wow, we have 2 pieces of the Lion Warrior armor. I mean, if you put on, if you make yourself heavier, you don't roll as far. So I guess it's like, oh no. All right, dude. I thought that guy was still chasing me for a sec. We have Ring of Steel protection as well, so that's nice. I'm slightly worried about this, but... You do fake Ornstein? I mean, I do all the fights. It might not be a bad idea to try to just go straight to that fight, though. Generally, it doesn't actually go too poorly. Only a meat. Oh, you're making me want some pizza now. What does no scaling mean? It means that there's enemies and bosses don't get scaled down relative to the area that they're in. Every enemy is just as strong as they are normally. Oh wow, 3 bright bugs from this merchant. Chloranthy +2 and life ring +2.
No.
Wow, that's actually quite good.
No need. Just that. And I without to. Oh.
Oh man, the start of this run is just so difficult. It really is. Alright, we go to the forest. 27 HP. Level dex. I don't want to get one shot in the forest. Thoughts on food? It's quite a general question. I like food. Food tastes good. I need to turn up my camera sensitivity a bit more. I don't have baby jump mod. You know, I wonder if there's some kind of like parkour strat you could do here to not have to go through the fog gate. I mean, you say try it, but I'm just gonna get myself killed. I don't really know what I would even... Dude. Like, it's so bullshit. Okay. I mean, like, seriously. Alright, you know what? Let's actually let's mess around here. Let's see. Maybe there's a way. Maybe there's a way. You watch Illusory Walls videos about invisible walls. It's pretty tight here. Okay, well, I'm gonna fucking mess around anyways, because I don't care. Hold on. Curious about something. I'm gonna test something actually. Can you not? Guys. I want to see, dude. Silver talismans actually work, though, don't they? Like enemies don't notice you. If I think if you're in a silver talisman, possibly. I wonder. I mean, I don't know how often you find a silver talisman. Probably not very often, but this would be a funny strat if it worked. I don't think it's working. Okay, hold on. I disabled the AI with the program. Just because I wanna like mess around here for a sec. Man, if only you could go like backwards with the bird and like take the bird back to like the backside of the pursuer and like enter the forest that way, that would be so nice. Yeah, I mean, if you have the butterfly skirt, you could maybe do something here. But, otherwise, I think you're kind of just fucked. I don't think you can jump on this. Maybe with the moonlight skirt, though. But the thing is, the chance of you having the moonlight skirt at this point is, like, so low anyways. So, yeah, it doesn't really matter. This part is just so fucked up, dude. It's just actually so fucked up. If there's ranged enemies, you're just like it's almost impossible to get through. Like, you have to kill stuff. You know what? Maybe what we should try to do is like use if there's a merchant that sells, you know, like throwing knives or dung pies or something like that, we buy all of them and we rush the ladder, and then we just like throw shit at them, literally, or, you know, fire bombs or whatever. Just like take out the ranged enemies if we can. Using a bow. I mean, 90% of the time I don't even have a bow at this point. Pretty sure there's like a giant invis wall there. Is this a run? No. Nope. Yeah, you would even if you made that, you would definitely still just die. Oh yeah, these walls are freaking huge. Can you stand on these roots? What the? Yeah, the invis collision here is freaking wild. What the hell? Why is there even like an invis wall on this thing? Strange. Whee! Oh. Oh god. Yeah, dude, the forest is actually such a brutal, like, reset point in this run, though. Alright, I think I might call it a night here, guys. I really want to go get some dinner, and today is just not shaping up to be very great. We had one good run going. We did have one good run, at least, but, yeah, I kind of want to go get some food and chill out. But yeah, thanks for watching, everybody. Tomorrow we may do some more DS2. I'm not really sure. I'm not like done with DS2 or anything. But I've also been wanting to play there's like a new horror RPG called Look Outside that looks pretty cool. And I also want to, I still want to play more Kazan. I did enjoy Kazan from what I played of it. And there was some other stuff as well that I can't think of off the top of my head right now, but yeah. Sorry, I'm feeling a little low energy right now. I feel like I don't think I'm gonna get any good run going anymore. I don't have the focus level right now. But yeah, thanks for watching, guys. I'm gonna find somebody right here. I do also want to try out Schedule 1. I've heard that game's pretty fun.